guys. Not gonna talk too much right to start. We're gonna get right into it with our Poison Pathfinder build we're gonna try. Let's get our controller set up. Boom. Save. Oh wait, what did I do there? I don't want DualShock. There we go. Close. Alright, see how this goes. So I think the goal is going to be to run Pathfinder. And see how crossbows feel. I think we could probably run crossbows the entire time, but I'm gonna try to potentially switch around or something. I don't know, we'll see. Let's talk to this asshole. Okay, get my bow. Boom. Yeah, we'll probably run either poison grenade. I'd like to run poison grenades, just assuming that we take like nodes along the way for like ailment and stuff. So I won't have to like deal with respecking those as much. Not a huge deal either way, but like we could definitely run explosive if we wanted to. I feel like explosive is like actually the easiest, but we're not running SSF or anything because I want to be able to like freely craft on the items I pick up pretty easy. Um, oh joy, lightning arrow. Guys, I didn't even try that. They just gave it to me. Give me, I guess. Wait. I have to use the skill to go through that wall? I don't think I ever encountered that before. So hopefully I don't get like murked by a poison crab on the walk over. It's also just kind of a passive tree test. Like I was running, I was checking things out on like Path of Building for the crossbow grenade. And there's just like a ton of damage nodes for this guy. Like there's like I got to like level 89 just pathing around and it was pretty substantial. Um, like especially like between projectile damage, um, crossbow damage. There's just a lot of room. Like you could come up the side with projectile damage with the ranger, come down the side with mercenary projectile damage. There's projectile damage in between, and then you can and later you could like respec the first part of it so that you can take the movement speed. Let's see. So obviously at the beginning we're going to take proj damage. God damn these crabs. Boom. Stop moving. Stupid bish. Okay. But yeah, and in about, what was that, like 45 minutes, we're just going to get a little bit of a start here. We will take a little break and we will switch over and watch the Talkative Tri interview. Should be good. It's got I think he's got 2 hour slot set aside with Johnathan Rodgers, the game director of Grinding Your Games. Easy money, as per the usual. What, no divine? Greedy. Okay. Before we gamble, let's go. So let's go see what Renly has. Gamble on that. I guess we can take energy shield stuff for now. See what we get. Oops. Okay. Attack speed. Fizz. More damage. No. Alright, and we will start with just explosive grenade. Do I get 2 gambas? Alright, nothing there. Okay. I really need that. Need some body armor. Maybe we could just pick some up from Renly. What do we got? Energy shield, straight up. Fire res, cold res. Take that. It's already got the increased energy shield. Let's craft it up. Stun threshold, awesome. Everyone wants that. Ugh. Okay, we got more energy shield at least. That's not bad. Soon I have like some flasks I could buy earlier. No, no good flasks. I mean, we could always just buy them and craft on them. Does she have anything else? What do we got? A ring for fizz damage. We'll buy that. Obviously, this is an SSF, but we're just practicing. Accuracy, energy shield. Buy this one. This one. See if there's anything worth it there. I mean, honestly, let's just craft on a bunch of stuff. Who cares? Have some fun. We gotta do something with this currency. Increased recovery rate, increased. Okay, so I think we're gonna take that one. And we'll take that one. I guess we can craft on those ones too. Maybe we'll get an instant life recovery. 41% recovered. Oops. Oops. Okay, so just overall not as good. So we got 7 uses there. I guess still got 6, but we do have does lift more. Whatever, doesn't matter. Wish I could get movement speed on some of these boots here. Probably not though. We'll soon find out. No. Do have energy shield, cold res. I guess we got the boots I'm wearing, so do those two. Okay. Swatch those. Get the gloves all fancied up. Hey, that's pretty good. Tri-res already. Bam. That's how we do it, guys. So you start off. Fire damage, rarity, double res. Do we still have room on this? Oh, we do. Damn, try damage. Prod skills? Dude. That's fucking insane already. Okay, so what do we got here? Energy shield and 1 lightning damage. Okay, so those aren't. We can go. A shadow. Damn it, I need more things. Oh well. Because this is where we're at right now. Guess that's just going to be where we're at. 1 to 4 lightning. What do we got here? We got 1 to 3 fire. So that's got, yeah, those are much better. But this has rarity and double res. Is this a double res? Just cold. So cold or just fire and cold? Yeah, I think we're gonna run these. Even though they have lower energy shield. You can always get more energy shield. We don't really necessarily need it right now. Let's alch this ring. Damage, nice. I'll put that on. Alright, let's sell this other shit. Go to the well. Dude, that bow's insane for the for just starting. Fire, fizz, lightning, attack speed, proj skills, and then it's got the dex. Dex is whatever, but dude, another iron ring. We'll alch that. Dude, that's fucking wild. Right out the gate. Dude, just one-shotting everything. This high rate of speed. Crazy. That's crazy good. Actually like the portal there. Let's see, what are we gonna put on our passive? Obviously we're gonna do more proj damage. We need to get short fuse on the arrows though. It's gotta be like priority. We're definitely gonna do poison though, so we're not gonna like use gem cutters prisms or anything just yet. Is everything dying in one hit? What is even the DPS right now? 89 DPS right off the bat with like no fucking gems. Not gonna lie, it's pretty crazy. What was it? Poison's also gonna be crazy with some of the changes that they made in the patch notes yesterday. They made it so magnified effect doesn't reduce damage. So there's absolutely no reason not to have just mega damage. Because like normally I would run like conk effect with the gas grenade to give it more damage, but now we just like don't have the reduction damage, which is pretty much just as good. It's gonna have a lot more overlap between the clouds, rather than just kind of like hope to hit the boss or monster. Almost leveled again. Before we fight the boss, let's make sure, let's kill a couple monsters and get that level. Are there monsters? Oh. Okay. And also having the no speed, the less speed penalties, and having the what do you call it? Fucking easy, buddy. Yeah, grenades is probably like the fastest leveling, or at least the most comfortable that you're gonna get. Alright, let's get back to this area. Let's go kill the witch. I need to remember not to stop and talk to everyone along the way. Just like regular bolt is so wild. Okay, so watch this for boss killing though. Come on, like that's insane. Like you're doing 84 per explosive grenade, you can get 6 of them out already, and we're like level 4. I don't think there's anything good in here, mostly nonsense. When we go back to town, we'll put like a lesser jeweler's orb or something on it. We'll just start with that. We won't go too much, because what do we get? We get like 2 to start. I mean, we could just run 2. Yeah, we need short fuse. Is that a level 2 support? Like honestly, I think that like I could probably like damage wise, we could take out Geonor right now. Like just with that. crazy amount of damage early on. It's boss in time. Like, yeah, we get short fuse on this, and it's fucking insane. And that's just explosive grenade. Like, you could run that with, like, I'd prefer, like, if I was just running explosive grenade, I would run Witch Hunter, probably. Um, Alright, let's go right into the Red Veil. So, like, what I'm thinking for my passive tree is that we get up to here, or we get up to, what, here. We could take this extra proj damage, or we can come, yeah, I think we're going to take all these. Then we're going to come here, here, here. We'll come down here and hit these proj damage. We could come across early. But we're going to lose some damage that way. I don't want to do that. Easiest game of my life, honestly. Yeah, we switch over to, what is it, like stun grenade. We're probably gonna switch to like, poison grenade, um, flash grenade. So it'll be a bit of a combo for the bosses. End up, I mean, I don't think I need this. Yeah, we're not gonna take this. Okay. leveling up in just a minute. Take more proj damage. Honestly, this is already pretty disgusting. Like, okay. Yep. This. Coffer. Skill gem. I don't think I need anything for these skill gems. They're not really going to help me with anything. I don't really want to switch bolts or anything. That's like almost like the number one thing. It's a pain in the ass. Alright, 2 down, 1 to go. Just gotta kill that boss. Honestly, like, you should just level with fucking crossbows with, like, anyone. Definitely Merc, definitely Pathfinder, but, like, you could probably do it with anyone who's got any sort of attack damage nodes at the base. It's gonna be over in this corner here. Or is it gonna be in the middle? I don't run this enough. Even when I do, I'm like kind of mental, so I don't remember anything. Oh, here it is. I think. Yeah. Easiest game of my life. Okay. Let's go home. Actually, I wonder, do I have a bunch of gems? I might just take a bunch of gems out. Level 1s. What level is short fuse? Is that 2? Okay. You have to wait for that, but just run that in there for now. Or actually, that was a mistake. Definitely weren't going to run that. Alright, so... Definitely going to run rapid attacks. Can't need to be 5, level 5, yeah, to get cross grenades. So yeah, we're going to be just sticking with this for now. Alright, what do we want to add in here? It's double barrel. Less reload speed. Load an additional bolt. You probably just run multi-shot. Strength isn't high enough? Damn. Actually go to currency and deal with this ring real quick. Which one was it? This one. So we're gonna take you. Fire res. Can we get some damage on it, please? Should hit it with the fucking alchemy. Damn it. My bad. Maybe I could just buy one from him. Really? What a bunch of ass, honestly. We'll hit him with alchemies though. Run that. I think that'll give us the strength we need to hit that. Cold damage. Cold damage, we're at the fizz. 1 to 4, 1 to 2, yeah, I guess we're probably going with. I guess it doesn't really matter. Just go double that. You're not gonna run flash grenade until we can run poison though. Go to Renly. Back to the Grellwood. What's our damage looking like? I can't shoot bolts. Do I need to load one? Yeah, 98 on explosive grenades, pretty good. We're talking 75, 73, but like 2 shots out of it. So I feel like the Groom Tangle's like just above where Una is. I feel like I always go around in a big circle and it's just like right up here. We got 10 minutes before the Tri interview. We'll probably pack it up in 5 and switch over to YouTube. Get through the Grim Tangle real quick. Oh, there it is. Easy. Okay, talk to Una and Clearfill, I guess. Yeah, Explosive Grenade is 10 out of 10. Like, we should just be able to go in here and just blast through the boss without a problem. You know what? I think I switch that. I switch the bind for that there. Okay. Yeah, once we get a flash and gas grenade, it should be pretty good. Gotta get used to sprinting more. Since it's gonna be like kind of a sprint build. Oh, jeez. Whoop. Fucking chaos thoughts. We're gonna go. We're gonna need flash grenade. We're not gonna equip it yet though. We don't need to. Okay, isn't the boss supposed to be like right over here? Why is this taking so long? Oh, a little lag there. Okay. There's the exit. Okay. Let's switch over to Tri. There we go. Oops, sorry. I got the sound going.
Will I find Arbiter Citadels before level 93 this league?
Okay.
I think that's the better question. I really hope I can find some Arbiter Citadels before level 93. That's my one wish, okay? I hope my Atlas Seed is great, okay? That's what I want. No, there's no way. Mirror drop this? I do not play enough to get a mirror drop now. No, there's no way. You need to visit the monolith to start the Citadel quest. Dude, I did finish the... No, there's no... No. No. Can we romance at Ziri in 0.4? Maybe that's a secret if you're a particular ascendancy. Gemling Legionnaire. Hi, Gazi. Say hi to the wifey. She is out with the kids right now. I have the home to myself. I can yell as loud as I'd like. Do I plan on completing Act 1? All right. All right. One sec, guys. Jonathan's calling. Wait, mute this.
All right. Got the subtitles up for everyone.
Hello,
Don't think they're
hello.
lagging though, so
Great. I have you muted right now.
turn them off.
Wait, what's going on here? Why did I not have you populating for some reason? Let me grab you for a sec. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. How you doing today? Are you working remote today?
We're getting no sound.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Do you have a short commute or do you have a long one? Oh, that's nice. See? That's good. All right, let me carve you up and we'll get right started. There we go. Close chat as well because it's flying. All right, we're going to do an audio test and we'll get going.
Bro.
Here you go. Oh, all right. I just enabled your audio. You should be good to go.
All right. All good. All right.
How does he sound?
I'm Josh. Hopefully everyone thinks it sounds all right. I've got my microphone just propped up on a box here, so hopefully it's, you know, I don't have a good audio setup in my, at home.
We cannot hear. We cannot hear. Good,
Oh.
good. Okay, they're good. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good? All right. All right. I think we are good to go then. Sweet. All right. I will do a little bit louder. All right. I'll do a little bit louder. I'll do it via Discord. Right here. All right. All right. Give me one more test for chat.
All right.
All right.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Johnathan Rodgers, game director on PoE2.
Sounds good.
That's what I normally say when I'm doing these.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. All right. All right. I'll do a silly YouTube intro and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Johnathan Rodgers to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like one of the big things that we like, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and change the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like things where we're like we're unhappy with the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. Yeah, but in terms of like content, those would usually be for the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you got to find the citadels, and I got to say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 0.3.1 we did. I can't remember if it was in 0.3.1 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but
I've never had
the plan
issue with
is
this.
to one of the things we want to do
Well,
when
actually, I
we're
do.
improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenging part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if people know exactly how this works, but um, uh, there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and
Okay.
within one of those, we do guarantee uh, uh, actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? That can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing
Sure,
with
I
the
mean that can
market
happen
and
as well,
stuff
of
like
course.
that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said,
I think
streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that what the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay. A few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here.
Hmm.
There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas since there's
Hmm.
so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the Zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so
Right.
this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern. We can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like it's not like too bad or anything. And people do want it. So yeah, if as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do
Mhm.
you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these
Um,
things right now?
I don't usually,
Okay.
but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then yeah, I did get a bit involved in the performance work. One of the things you can get in a game company is that you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along
Hmm.
and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So I mean, if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like one of what we did previously, like when you're rendering the game, you've got and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own
Okay.
synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then
Right.
once you've
Okay.
got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that yeah, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then of course there was also just other optimizations, just like hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff. That I just kept on pounding people. Like no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time, that's what leads to spikes because you go and you use a skill, and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems
Yeah.
and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with.
Yeah,
Console,
there's so many things,
PC,
but
like yeah, so it's awesome that
yeah, yeah.
it's seeing
But
big
there's still a lot
improvements.
more to do. Like I
Yeah.
know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like the just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame. That kind of thing. Where
Oh.
it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't. It's like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right? That particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the it's like it's just lots of little things like that that all add up to something, which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years
Wow.
ago. That was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with that I added that long ago, and so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I
super
mean, we've
cool.
got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company
Hey,
from right from the beginning.
very nice. Okay, and I know people. I know it's interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically.
Hmm.
So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's end game is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have
Hmm.
minus XP. We have the inability to use tablets on map nodes. We lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die. And now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's
Well,
your opinion on this?
so I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would like want to chat about, and effectively that one. It is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't you'd just be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in PoE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal. And here, what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive, and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like there needs to be an element of like you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100. And I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing. But like we've never seen it that way because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, like if you're talking about like like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in
Right.
a lot of those a
Yes.
lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where yeah, you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, like, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal? And like to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So
Mm.
effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing. So
Right.
I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a
It's
cool.
cool.
We
Yeah.
just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like
Yeah.
that was just like it's just one league. Like I
Uh-huh.
just thought it'd be sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that
Hmm.
list. So when people juice maps now in PoE2, the more mods
Hmm.
equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your
Yeah.
waystone, you get one portal. Do you think
Hmm.
that might be a tad too punish? Like two? Would you ever swap it to two portals? So you do
What
have a
are these
little bit of
questions?
leeway
Like
if you're going full
this is like
in,
the
6 mods,
casual
corrupted,
interview.
everything,
Like,
or
it's a
no?
little bit
You like
much.
the
I mean,
max punishment
it's not
there?
that punishing.
Yes, I
I
like
think.
the fact that you go down to one life. Like the hardest content is one life exactly. I guess the thing there is once again like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, what there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right?
Yeah,
Like
good.
make it less hard for yourself, so that
Yeah.
you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned it
So
on
I
the
actually
Hit
was
Me JP
I,
interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it,
Oh,
and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's like
yes, my
if I
man.
don't pick up an
He's
item or
right,
if
but
I
I
just
still
like
wouldn't
don't
say it's
nibble over there,
a
I'm going to be
bad thing to
completely
do.
judged by that. And he was sort of saying you
I'd
really
like to
shouldn't
see
do
it.
that because all it's just going to result in is like random those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like having a chat to someone, playing the game,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. But he was saying like you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
People can be
that's a bit of
brutal.
a
They
bit of
can
a
be
step.
brutal, dude. So I was
Right.
I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then
I
reset when you're
do,
testing.
yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA. Like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up and especially more subtle ones like along like with bosses and things like that
Yeah.
because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to I think one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think
Hmm.
it came out of I think it was Mark's mouth, okay?
Hmm.
40% reduced monster density in endgame maps. Okay. That was a
Right.
big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time.
Hmm.
But after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs. There's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay,
Hmm.
that's fine, whatever. They'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4
I can
and
tell
you said that
Jonathan's
one, I
already
was like,
heard
oh
a
my
lot about
gosh,
this.
they're trying to build, you know, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it
Yeah.
more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right? So
Yeah.
one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that we like it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in Endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get
Yes.
more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's
Right.
just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE like lightning spear, this kind of
Right.
stuff, type of thing, right? Or, like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. Um, I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all of the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think
Hmm.
there's 40% less monster packs. that also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters in maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. Because we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, and but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually well, there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with league mechanics like ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought
So
about that?
ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like like it's just like basically, because but the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's
Okay.
going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to maybe engage with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release, because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify, while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities.
I think there's different maps should have
another question a little bit on
mobs.
visual
Have,
clarity.
like,
So
monster.
environmental clarity,
That
so
can appear.
monsters and like a monster ability seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys, I think you and Chris, talk about, oh, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100.
Right.
In PoE2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow, or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So the I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together. It's like, oh, now this is really easy to do, and like usually when we've seen situations where the spam can be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing, and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really, that just comes down to better balance and just improving, a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like
That's
just
deep.
textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects. Is
Yeah,
that
I'm not
something?
really a fan of that kind of thing, because like I- it, look, I understand the desire for it, but the I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So, another brief density question here that people
Mhm.
have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to
Mhm.
turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller.
Well,
And that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
not,
It's just not going to be that, right?
it's
Like
just
it's
not.
just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game,
Oh,
or
I
like
don't.
towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right,
feel that at all. No,
right,
no.
right. Well, then there you go, right? I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't
And I think
go
one thing that's
higher than that.
not in the 04 patch notes that was in 031, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe
Right,
some
right,
people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think
right, right,
everything is
right.
scaled a little bit down too.
Mhm.
Now, you mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Johnathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, "Remove it from the game." The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Johnathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the rower, for whatever reason, the rower got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like, it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like, it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like, I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like, I think it's capable of being balanced. Like, I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like, I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's
Mhm.
kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah. Movement speed's very powerful in PoE2. So, I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So, okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that
Oh, yeah.
since the druids had so much attention,
Let's do it.
the druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Johnathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, and I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking, we're like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like like you still like so like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid as an animal to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was we said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get
Oh, wow.
like actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to
in terms
reserve?
of the ones in terms of the ones that come with you, so you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion.
Okay.
And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah, yeah. It looks sweet. I mean, the tundra wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm gonna gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're gonna go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Johnathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video of like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like,
Oh,
okay,
really?
here's some just viable things that you can make, just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. Yeah, you just need to use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? If it just certainly shouldn't be just a thing where like you don't. Okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that like the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like,
For sure.
oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better
sure.
when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get, though, is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively, what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right?
Yeah.
So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate, really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. Like, you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit.
Yeah.
This is a type of ignite where, like, every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like, that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages, doing things. But it does take, like, you need this unique, and you need like a few things, like, to get to the point of you're doing that. It does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we wanted to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill, should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like, it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you
I
say
think it's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it.
Okay.
No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really, really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think
you're right. I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah,
is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that are a little bit like in the kind of more mid game options for that. Well, I mean even early game really. You've got
Okay.
things like Wing Blast that can generate charges and like so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a prime for stun monster. So you can do that sort of. But as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff
Right.
like that.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So, back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
Right.
throughout
So
the course of a skill animation.
a couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So
Mm.
there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam,
Rolling slam? Yep.
where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively, when we talk about moving during while attacking, it's really more about skills like that, where you can do, like attacks, like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but
Mm.
you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So it's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great.
Okay.
There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons? Where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as
Uh,
opposed to mace?
like
Like,
as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they
yes.
specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely free form movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Okay. Now, this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the number one most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that. So it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher, and so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes, and they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like I want that, but I don't want the downside, and so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of
Packaging
like just that thing.
problem?
Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those
Mhm.
kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly? And right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to just like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
Right, right. I
it,
mean, yeah, we can.
yeah,
We,
add
as I
more
said, I think
negatives.
there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is
Right.
that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one. I have to say.
Okay. All right. I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay, okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like
More
to hear you talk
mounts
about,
confirmed,
especially considering
everybody.
we're getting the
More
druid.
mounts.
So, last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't specking into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or
Um,
a crossbow and
I
a
mean, I
mace?
wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean,
Mhm.
like the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like there's generally speaking, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just do get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their
Bunch of
mind about
nonsense in
what it
chat.
might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, what it does look like is you're trying to find a combo that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got things like armor break and charges and random stuff like
Yeah.
that kind of like allow you to sort of potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. And you kind of will need to be able to learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have
Right.
infusions baked into them. That's something you
Right.
guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster
Right.
stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning
Mm-hmm.
into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the acolyte received
Mm-hmm.
pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that
Right,
something
right.
you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that
Yeah.
that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So, like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think in PoE 2 you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger. There's like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because
Yeah.
the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the durations of things is really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this
Mhm.
interview with Ziggy
Uh-oh.
D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because
Okay.
like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So
Okay.
that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna there's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that, so that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though because it does can seem trivial, like oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that, but it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like uh, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at
Yet
the
light
point where you've
radius
already like sorted
exists.
your damage and resistance and other sort of problems.
Hmm.
So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say, I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
Two follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that
No.
because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on. And like,
Hmm.
there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE,
Mm.
what do you call it? Uh, the sorry, fuck, the name's fallen out of my head. The thing that you use to make builds.
Oh,
Um,
Path of Building?
Path of Building, sorry, yes. The Path of
Okay, I don't
Building.
use it
So I mean,
either.
things like Path of Building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just, yeah, like I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm
Maybe
adding to
that
my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm
Uh,
not sure.
and then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't
Yeah.
that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear because like now it has lesser values across all your gear slots? Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse,
Um,
or
So I don't necessarily think so. So
okay,
last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because the people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get like the mods. Like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So
Hmm.
right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of
Okay.
what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it both means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and
Got it.
the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun
All right.
question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who
Of
have killed
course
the
they do.
Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the
All right.
Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We
Oh,
can get them. Like we do have stat collection that
okay.
for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. Not so. One of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where um, they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was zero point 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes
Sure.
based on those stats. Had there been any for zero point 0.3 going into zero point 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for
Okay.
that kind of balance. So yeah, but as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we have obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the like most generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop with that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do have different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more, the things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a
Mhm.
lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killer.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it kind of go a
Yeah,
little
it
bit
should
further?
absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into end game, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room
Okay.
thing going on where they give mods and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very very hard. The uh, thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max end game juicing. Because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it, but like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here so like to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues and really well, so it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah, I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. It has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE2 from PoE1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah.
With
So
Abyss.
I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the end game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with end game being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push end game and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the end game core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league, so like that's just mandatory. So really, it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the end game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And there was a point where we're like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because You know, like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things in the deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 0.50 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse end game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release before that?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like,
Okay.
it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow up. What piece of community feedback during
Wah,
0.3 helped
wah.
shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame. Okay.
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and it's still ongoing as well. But like it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things.
Mhm.
But yeah, a big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things
Checking
that
with
we're
the
really
chat
trying to
again.
make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark is often will say, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could
Mm.
literally he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see
Yeah.
almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their
Um,
feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting
It
to them?
really is more of a question for Mark, this one.
Oh,
But
okay.
from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately,
Nothing interesting there.
he's the question. A lot of the thing is like, why is this not played? Is the hard part sometimes because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at. Okay, like here's something that isn't played. Why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart, smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys
Hmm.
introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they
Hmm.
look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an
Hmm.
Unga Bunga shape shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get
Isn't that the
bonuses for being
shaman?
a bear and swapping into
Right,
this
right,
different
right.
form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from since shape shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons? And I know you don't really want to
Right.
attach
So
ascendancy to a weapon.
generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds.
Hmm.
And so if we just said like here's the shape shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for
Hmm.
other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that like we might do a more shapeshifting focused class for a third one, but if we did, it would have to not even say the word shapeshifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shapeshifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shapeshifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shapeshifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible, while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5, 6 years? There a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing
Hmm.
this? Like, it's very fun. It's
Well, I
gonna be
mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. Like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But like there's just like it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that
Yeah, we
it
want
was
plant
cool, but
monster.
it wasn't a
I want
wolf.
plant monster.
Yeah.
Bring
Like there are
back the
things like
plant
that
monster.
that we did, but yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a
Much harder.
particular iteration of the druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that just
Yeah,
didn't
so
make
definitely the plant monster. It
the
was really
plant?
cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting like just like feel to it. I mean, it was a similar it was the same type of creature as Bramblegast. You know, like we're like you're gonna be what you're gonna be like Bramblegast in terms of like
Okay.
walking
Oh, that would
around.
have been
And it
awesome.
was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this when you actually try it just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So
Right.
you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And
Make it
people are
an
really vibing with
MTX.
the
Make it a
plant
cosmetic.
skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped
I mean, I
up.
was really happy with it, honestly. Like you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. I was actually no, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's you know, let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but
Oh
at some
yeah.
point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the
Pathfinder
watering
login.
features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some
Yeah, yeah, so you
synergies
can
there.
water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
Okay,
later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not
Hmm.
bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds?
The
People have something to chase after and fight.
the problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that like you know can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. Um, but yeah, ultimately, it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll
Boo.
become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we
Right,
don't know
right.
how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how
Right. So
exactly it works?
it's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. You know, like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just
Mhm.
basically the first few seconds of the fight. You the you know the boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been you know we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like you know I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand
Right.
with all of the
Lightning rod.
effects, and then you know the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. Little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the end game and
We'll still
tablets.
blast,
Right now,
burst them down. It
tablets they
doesn't
have
matter.
different icons on them, but it's really hard to
Hmm.
differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there a
Yeah,
way?
we can probably sort that out. Like
Oh, okay.
I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. And actually I actually brought it up
Oh,
like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
yeah.
But I'll see. I'll check out on that how that
Okay,
goes.
cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So, the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
What?
I would say that I mostly
But
am,
difficulty
but
curve.
there have been some cases
It's
where we
pretty
had
flat.
problems with weapon types
It's
during
pretty
campaign.
easy.
Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression where, and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade, in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get,
Right.
and to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up.
Right.
That's what
So
she
it
said.
sounds you guys adjusted essentially
Well,
seating,
what
base
more
types, and
mostly is
stuff
was
like
just
that.
that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be, and
Yeah.
like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot,
Okay.
just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive
Hmm.
tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, get more levels in the passive tree because it's not as powerful if they don't get, that gear drop. So do you have any? Oh, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial? I know we spoke about a few months ago.
Hmm.
So like the new player, so they know, like I do. Oh, we'll just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon
Right.
upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler. You're going to get a massive upgrade there.
I
Is that
mean,
something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're
You
there,
would
right? Like
hope.
it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that can kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it, and the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map, and so that might be more we'd want to push people towards because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts
Mhm.
of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. And we've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much, like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Hmm.
The last league we had Abyss and we had the bones and that crafting and we had the special
Hmm.
lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a
Hmm.
lot of people though to go use resources outside of game because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste
Hmm.
them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game because it's all there. You go to PoE2 DB or you go to like Craft of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know?
it's
Do
too
you
dense.
So
interact
I
with
guess
the
there's a
UI too
couple of
much or something? Or
there's a couple of things about that. So we'd
yeah,
have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like like when you're actually new, that'll still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong.
Mhm.
We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better in situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. Like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the
Right.
case.
Yeah.
So like
Mm-hmm.
on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah. No need for like tutorial. Just a resource in game to read. Just so people
Right,
are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember
right.
I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgle modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without investigating first. So
Right, right.
it this sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear.
Right.
Now I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
Uh, I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to
Ooh.
keep reserved for the pinnacles?
Um, I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other
Okay.
than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure
All right.
when they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I'd buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the
Right.
cosmetic, or I want to mash them together.
Um,
Is that something you guys are aware
over
of and looking into?
over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like. Look, it really is case by case, but like I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the thing of that. Like, it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So, yeah, I just as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in
Right.
certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers
Hmm.
dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system
Hmm.
that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works? Or
No
will it
update
come?
yet, but
Okay.
it will happen. It's just
Okay.
not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing
Yeah.
up their characters in PoE.
Yeah.
Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit.
Mhm.
I love them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action
Mhm.
kept flowing. Now, I'm not
Stories.
asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE2 campaign 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue.
What?
It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term.
Okay.
But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine and maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. Uh, a lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know. Like, there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like, we're gonna have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern,
Yeah.
Flame Breath, and Incinerate. Like, I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general,
Mhm.
because like. So in PoE1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. Okay. Uh, you were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to
Mobalytics
release them in a
Talkative
few
Tri.
videos leading up
The
to
hell are you
launch.
going on Mobalytics?
For
for?
any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think
Uh,
of?
don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players
Okay.
usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
There's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go. Because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is gonna be
Right,
so
right.
busted,
Nothing
and
comes to
then
mind, unfortunately.
then the players are like,
Yeah.
wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Question about the future of PoE2 and PoE1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at having grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, working on PoE1, working on PoE2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like the most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than two. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like having two of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
Right.
which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. Uh, with your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past two, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like they have more bandwidth to do now, or
we've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Johnathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with. Okay.
Things up with grenades.
So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't have the status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what are you suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have really fat fingers. And they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So,
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option.
Okay.
I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself.
I mean, I just
all
like
right. This one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players.
Sprinting
death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean, at some point probably, but unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look. Okay. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that?
I suppose it's similar where it just like turns into a bit of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not a huge fan of.
Okay. All right, for all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework.
You really, ED contagion. Okay. That's pretty much it.
Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do. Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons?
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen because like that's kind of what's showing
Oh,
you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like, for example, maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something like like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like that.
Like and that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going
Hmm.
crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
No.
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True, true, true. He's still
Yeah,
in
it's the
New
whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. That was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash.
Oh.
Like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far.
Hmm.
But
Oh.
maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it.
Uh,
But
uh,
I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him
you
in the
did?
end, and then he was on board. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on
Yeah.
good terms with that. Okay. Now, this one. This one right here. Okay. Profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys
Oh
could
my
implement
god.
on
Oh,
console? Yeah, I don't know if
it
that's you
wasn't
or
on my
Sony.
radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar
Oh.
at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity
Okay.
Jesus
filters.
I'm like
Christ.
completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like
Oh.
just zero understanding of the situation with the.
Yeah.
Maybe we should
I don't know.
have
People
a blood
they don't like
filter,
saying swear
a
words.
gore
I guess. They're
filter,
like
like
me.
Sure, I
Mortal,
mean,
like Mortal
well,
Kombat.
it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Oh, cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because
Right.
those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid, right off the bat this time, which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak
So,
a bear form MTX? Is there like a panda?
Unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. Two more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble.
Almost done, guys.
There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's Treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good.
It
It's
is
really
whatever.
good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right
I
next
like
to
the
my
treasurer.
stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg.
Wait, it's
Okay.
Jonathan?
To close us
I'm gonna have
out,
to look at that
obviously you guys are revisiting at Zeri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to At Zeri because she was like the very first expansion to PoE1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss. How did that feel on
For
your end?
sure. For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Xeris. There was also this whole everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with like the trailer and everything as well. So yeah, that was a big one for sure. So yeah, I think it turned out very well, and we've got like a pretty awesome version of Xeri for the. That kind of like lives up to what we were to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says At Zeri communes with the beast. unofficial interpretation from Johnathan. What does that mean? Communing with the beast.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and its area in the game to find that out. But yeah,
It means sex,
you'll
guys.
see. I suppose is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this at Ziri storyline in the game. I see.
They got to fix
I
the
see.
profanity filter first,
Okay.
so that
Well,
everyone
Johnathan, this was a pleasure
be
as
completely
always. Thank you so
shell-shocked
much for taking the time out of your
that
day to sit
Ziri
down,
has sex
take
with a
questions
beast.
from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay. Well, you have what? 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope it's I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure there
launch.
can be some, but
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah.
What do we
Server's
put
not
it
on
into?
fire. Everything good. It's
Still
the
gonna-
Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player
hope so.
peak. We'll see.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks,
great seeing
Johnson.
you.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Later. Bye.
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it? I'm afraid I had to close chat at one point. I had to close chat at one point, so that's all I'll say. Did you guys enjoy it? Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I thought that was good.
All right.
We close out of everything. Chat was freaking me out a little bit. Goodness gracious, guys. What happened during the interview? Wow. Wowee. Oh. All right. Yeah, that was a good chat. I am a little, I don't know. I'm a little different. I know people are probably like, oh my gosh, we're talking about game design stuff. What's going on? Don't talk about game design stuff. Try to do a good mix because it's so interesting to hear the thoughts and what he ended up doing. What they ended up doing. Thanks for the membership, bro. All right. We need a mod here ASAP. Don't we have mods? I think we have mods. Oh my gosh, we had 3,800 live people. Oh my gosh, the
Okay, I think we're good
YouTube
here.
chat is popping off. Holy crap. Wow.
Well, let me just
Wow.
switch to my start
Yeah,
streaming. so
I
can
enjoyed
switch
hearing
over.
a lot of Jonathan's takes. What's the...
I'm gonna switch over to our FXL again. Let's get to downloading. Looks like it's downloading something. Give it a second. Turn the sound off. Whoops. All right. It's taking an extra second, but this is a pretty decent interview. Start off a little bit on the boring side, talking about like effectively accessibility features and things like that. Let's see, was there a patch or something? Let's see. All right, we're back. All right. Back to the Pathfinder. Back to nades. Less than 4 days, guys. We got the, what's this? Patch notes 0.3.1F. Oh, it's just because they're migrating everything. Okay. Oh. Let's, hold on. Let's, I didn't switch over to the mouse. It probably changed because of the update. Okay. Cool. Did not do it again? What the hell? Hold on. I saved it. Input, mouse, keyboard, controller, save. It moves stuff. Why is it not? What do we? Why did it oh, it refunded all my passes too. Why is it not letting me use my controller now? Let's go to login screen. Controller. Okay. I think maybe because I like was clicking immediately. Okay. Okay, so I don't have my passives. Oh, it's my Atlas passives got awarded or got taken away. Because now I'm in standard or something. Whatever. Okay. It's like they've changed my sound again. They turn the music down. Okay. Short fuse so bad. The magnified effect on that's real nice. Catches them all. Actually, let me see here. Do I have a filter on? I do. Whoops. Probably missed all the good stuff. Just kidding. Okay, pull up chat real quick on my phone. Alright. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed that interview. It's pretty good. Trying to think of things that he clarified that were helpful. I think the biggest one that he clarified that hopefully will calm a lot of people down was that there's not going to be 40% less packs. It's just going to be 40% less mobs impact, which is pretty much what I expected it to be originally. Not to be like the Oracle over here. But yeah, I didn't expect there to be less packs. Apparently a lot of people did. So like realistically, like AD contagion should still work pretty well. Still might be a little bit less than what it was, but shouldn't be like massively worse. I feel like corpse kind of explosion kind of a thing could be worse. But again, I don't think very much. Go. Okay, it's done there. Nice Artificer's Orb, that'll be helpful. Yeah, I kind of feel like people who are like still complaining about things like the experience loss and maps and stuff, like I feel like that's such like a at this point it's like a year later. I'm not saying that they're never gonna change it, it just feels like kind of unnecessary. Obviously, like I feel like it's almost obvious that they want you to build in defenses if you're gonna get to a higher level. Or have enough damage that you don't have to worry about defenses, I guess is the other option. But like yeah, I don't think that they want experience to be basically just like a reward for playing the game. Which is what I think like a lot of people think experience is. It's like experience is just like a indicator of how many monsters you kill, not how many. It's kind of a more of an algorithm here between death and kill. Not one or the other. And I think that's totally fine. Like I don't see why it's a problem. the game's really not all that hard. I know some people think it is, but like, if it's hard, it's because your build needs work. So like if you're, let's say it's just like the physical manifestation of that issue is like if you're dying a lot, you probably just need to work on your build. I know I died a lot when I first started playing, and like throughout 0-1, even in 0-2. I still die quite a bit, but it's not to the level, like, I can't play hardcore or anything, I'm not that good, but it's not like it was. Like I might die a couple times in a campaign at best. And I feel like at that level, like, you kind of understand why you're dying in maps, if you are dying in maps. Once you kind of understand that, it's just kind of like, you know, it's nice that not everyone can be level 99 or 100. You know, it'd be kind of cheap if people could get to that level and they're, you know, effectively just playing on like a more casual level. Like, you don't need it. It's kind of like a badge of honor to be able to do it. I think like they don't want to do that, which is respectable for sure. To not cheapen the experience for the people who are putting in more time. I think that's like my whole thing with the rarity is like I don't really mind rarity. I kind of do. Like I wish it was something that everyone had more of a consensus about. But like, you know, in reality, like I look at it, like most people aren't baking in 150 rarity on a character super early. I guess you could like with certain builds, ritualist or something, or even smith because you don't have the resistance nodes that you need with other builds. But at most people, it's like they have to get like really good DPS, really good survivability, and then they can kind of focus on rarity. And that, so it's very much like kind of an end game feature. I feel like completely removing any requirement for it kind of cheapens it. They need something. People need something to strive for after a certain point, I think. Like at one point you could have a really high DPS, and I feel like that alone shouldn't be allowed to get you to 99, or that shouldn't be getting you the best gear just because you're level 99, just because you're have good DPS. You know, like the other thing is like removing rarity as much as like it's like a common thing people want. Like I don't think they'll want it if it comes at like reduced drop rates. I think they'll be pretty annoyed by it if that's how it ends up working out. Let's go kill Lachlan. Guess I should have kept some dialogue volume on. Artificer, nice. Skill gem 3. Terrain. Hunting grounds. Okay, first thing we should do here is kill Crowbell and then go right for the...
Straight to it then. The hunt begins.
Kill Lachlan and then go right for the extra
Move on the route.
points from Luna's, like he was just connected. Then we'll do what do you call it? King of the Mists or wherever. Freydorn. Good area for leveling though. Crowbell should be right over here. Should be able to wreck him nice and quick.
That is unlike any war I've seen.
Bro kept moving out of the way. Specialization book, nice, okay. Gonna go with, drop that, don't need that. on the outside. Oh, wait, never mind. That comes to an end.
In my sights.
It definitely just feels like we're doing pretty giga damage with even the regular bolts at this point. Like, why do we need to shoot faster bolts so we can lose damage with it? No sense, man. What the hell? Puppies? Hey, I don't remember that actually happening before. Maybe I was just stupid and didn't notice, but... So yeah, we're gonna come down here, hit these. I mean, we could go attack speed, movement speed. I mean, we don't really need that shit right now, though. We have proj damage here, but that's like bullshit proj damage. It's like conditional. Suna's house. Suna's house. Maybe. Almost leveled again. Dogs in this neighborhood. I don't mean to kill them all, but kind of in the way. Oh, here's your house. Una's loot box, okay.
A waste.
So we're gonna go back to the
What if you ask me?
waypoint here. Go back to town, get our 2 points. Spec it into
I help a little what? See, will you take them? Watch yourself.
You found. This.
Yes.
So good. You found. I think I should. Bye.
okay. so we can get that. Do I need to do that? I don't think I need to do that first. I think it's a Freethorn quest. I think Jack should fulfill it, so I'm not going to. I mean, it's one. It's just probably there is the worst. Freethorn.
What's this feeling? It's as though the trees themselves are watching me.
Try to get through kicking the mist without dying. Damn good chaos shit. As some people might call it. Alright. Alright, now we'll go to, what's this, proj damage and accuracy. Reduce attack speed, 40% damage. Okay, you can just load. I never did realize. For another quick problem. migrated back into standard. Standard bum all of a sudden. But they were real close, nice. One to go. Just got killed. Boy himself now.
Stupid cultists. This ritual is an affront to nature.
Okay. Hey, I forgot. That's how we said it. Slashing grenades. Take that for sure.
Return to the fold.
What do we really want for this? Plague Bear? I never ran Plague Bear. Try it out.
please.
Okay. Let's go back to town and... Oh, yeah, probably. Let me fix the volume there. The game's pretty loud. Kind of like, I feel like it reset after my sound settings reset. Let's go down with the sound effects, bring the music down. Okay. Sorry about that. My chat timed out for a second. Alright, so we're gonna go into... Is there anything I gotta get for...
So the thank you.
I definitely want the cold one. I need a belt, actually.
This hooded one is here on your...
Alright. Yeah, I just got the PC started a couple days ago, so I'm still getting used to getting all the sound and everything just
Take a
right.
look.
So any criticisms toward that are actually much appreciated. We'll get it fixed. If not today, then eventually. But what's this for?
Go.
Let's see what we can get from Una.
Yes? Keep
grab that.
it full.
Let's go to the chest. Why is there a guild stash? I'm not in a guild. It's kind of weird. Okay. Alright, let's see what we get going on in this guy. Oh, we'll go put it. Let's go with what was on this this guy here. Cold res max life, honestly. It's kind of fine. Cast speed. Oh my god, that's garbage. Armor max life, lightning. Okay, so that wasn't a great choice. Whatever. Okay. Get that going. Alright. Just go to Finn, sell some stuff. I can buy 14, do 14 gambas though.
I'll take it off your hands.
Oh, but yeah, I didn't want to sell this.
Oh, pretty.
Sell that. Okay.
Later.
Let's see what we got for here. I really, you know, we're gonna go into the stash. We're actually just gonna we're gonna do a little fun cheating here. Where is my gems? Where's my other gems? There it is. Give me a level 2. Do I have a level 2? Yeah. And we'll grab there's my currency tab. We'll just grab a lesser. Go. And we will go with okay, it should be huge. I don't know what we want for Plague Bearer though. Let's see. I really don't know much about this skill. I mean, I feel like magnified effect would be fine, if nothing else. Can run. Let's see. Increase air effect. Cooldown of 8 seconds. Let's do. Poison. Sure. God damn these remove onlys, man. Why is everything remove only? God damn. Okay. This is all gonna need a major overhaul as far as cleanup goes.
Yes. Not sure.
Okay, let's check check Renly, see if there's anything
What have
good
we got?
he's hoarding from me. Nope, not really. Energy shield up here. Not really. I mean, honestly, it looks like we're just going in.
Wow.
Let's do some Gamba.
Yes. Hey, not bad. Definitely could have been worse. Wow, you're welcome.
Need a better belt.
Now that's a pretty piece.
Ooh, a Mega Nords? Yo! It's a really good one, too. It's only got one charm slot, but... Okay, that's luck. Good luck. I'll take it. I'll take all that good luck.
See you.
Now let's hit some of these with like Orb of Alchemies or something. Lightning Res is pretty good. We don't want to fuck with that too much. One to minion skills, nah. One to all spells, nah. See if we can get something good out of this. Max Manite, that sucks. Max Life, that's not bad, but not really what I wanted. These are mostly shit. I mean, I'm not really gonna mess with any of those. We're selling all those back.
Not bad.
Actually. Which I think we might take that one
Got a
for the
nice
lightning
string
res.
to it. Oh, I'll take it off your hands.
If only we would have got a one to proj skill. So do these both have double? No, that's not it. Okay, so we actually could use this. Pretty. We can fuck with this.
Sure, I'll take it off your hands.
Let's see, what's the resistance on that? 14 fire.
Guess I can help. Bye then.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Let's go to the farmland. I think you just have to make it through here. I don't think there's too much to do in here. There's like the crop circle, which I think you don't really have to go through. Let's see what this plague bearer shit does. Or I think that's what it was called.
Nowhere to run.
Yeah, short fuse is what we needed. Really, we need short fuse too. That'll still work. Nice. Okay, now are we back into the damage nodes? Yeah, we are. Realistically, I could just take these for now and deal with. Yeah. But yeah, I think it was a pretty good interview overall with Johnathan. I mean, like, I feel like a lot of the concepts that he talked about that a lot of people have problems with are like things that, like, after a long time playing, you just sort of understand. Like, if you can take something that's like a weakness on the passive tree, like it's a downside, but like turn it into a good thing. That's like the strongest thing to do. And I feel like, you know, that's something that inherently better builds do. Like, you know, you don't take reductions in attack speed if you're like hinged on attack speed, but if you aren't hinged on attack speed, like for instance you're running grenades, you don't really need attack speed for the most part. It's kind of unnecessary. I'm glad he talked about the density a little bit more. I think that'll hopefully quell a lot of people's concerns. Doubtful, but you know, maybe it will. He seems to think that the league mechanic will be basically sufficient to like the strongest mapping itself, which is something I was kind of hoping and expecting. It seems like it's like almost it still takes place in a map, but it's almost an alternative, which is good. Okay, what even is this plague bearer? Well, active stores a portion of poison damage. Okay, so I actually have to be doing poison damage. So that's not going to be useful at all. I should have used Harrow of Ash. Maybe I get to, maybe I get to another level. I'll switch back. I'll switch over to Harrow of Ash for the boom boom. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're kind of just mopping everything up at this point. It really doesn't. We should be able to start getting level 5 skill gems soon though. I think it's like level 14. Alright, let's boss it up. This guy should be pretty easy.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Ranger, you have been sentenced to death.
Great will take you, bastard! That execution will last. Not ready.
Look.
damn throat
Pretty easy.
Surge is dulled. Countless
Maybe we won't switch that because if we get to level 5 gem, we can just switch to that. Poison arrow, stun, poison and stun quicker.
all this rotten stone cannot hide the rot within.
We do have more people following now though, so we can update the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Give me 1 second. Oops. And okay. Great. $237. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe for more content. I stream many times a week, 5 to 6 usually. It's going to be a whole lot more going into the new league though. Alright, so now we want, oops, level 5. Why can't we do level 5? Because we don't have high enough level. What's our level? 13, okay. 69 though, hey!
There is empty. It's
We did level up.
What have we got? Oh, that'll pack up. If you find a find out there.
Damn right it'll pack a punch. Let's see if we can get a good... elemental damage with attacks. Okay, so that's not helpful. Unless we socket it with a... something. But actually, let me see. It's actually already better though. Let's check the... Okay, so it makes that better. So that's definitely a plus.
Owner's house. You've caught me. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers. Bye then.
Okay, we level up, we switch over to poison. In fact, while we're here, let's just grab... these. Grab our level... grab those, then we'll switch over while we're on our way over to the manor. Okay. Hey look, no monsters, guys, no monsters. They must be running away. For a second, I was gonna be like, it's Batman, guys. Fighting Batman. Okay. About the level. It's gonna be kind of weird when we level, because we're totally like changing how we're gonna be playing. I like how we kind of in a lot of ways. first we need the gas grenade. And we're gonna need flash grenade. It's the time it takes 5 seconds to cool down. It's the explosion time. Detonation time is. Is it that? Does it read the same? Whatever. Oops. I definitely want multi-shot and gas grenade. Magnified area on gas grenade. We want. What's the time on that? What's the detonation time? 2 seconds. Alright. Flash grenade, okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to go back to town, probably. Let's see. Let's run back to town and get a.
Not here.
Okay, flash grenade we're gonna want. Multi-shot for sure. We're gonna want. Let's see, what do we want on the second one? I think they just do fizz damage, right? Okay, we'll try that. So we're gonna be mostly relying on our bow shot for a lot of our. So I only get one. Okay, so that's nice and quick though. Quick stun on that, that's nice. But we have a point. We're gonna go into the proj damage. What's our proj damage looking like? Okay. So I did run a build similar to this with a mercenary. Still kind of similar, samey. But I think this is gonna feel a little bit better. We got more poison damage going on once we. Like I feel like like if I wanted to level, I could just like level with explosive grenade, and just switch. But I kind of want to run with it. I just kind of want to run this and get used to the loop with it. Could always switch back. It's no big deal.
It's a cowardly wolf that hides in his den.
Look for critical mass. Gotta level up soon too. Probably on this floor. Right on track with the normal leveling pattern. We ran like Herald of Ice last time or something to explode corpses. I think I might have. Let's look at our damage, okay. Alright, now we're gonna go Proj. Like realistically, I think we stun handle that instantly. I like payload, running payload with the stun just to get that second shot, like aftershock in. It's really nice. Okay, that's how we're gonna get down, but we still haven't found candle mass. Is he gonna be on the other side? God damn. Yeah, he is. Okay, here he is.
First ones. Here are
Okay, too bad.
Is there nothing safe from corruption?
Gotta sprint. What's this? Text messages. Nothing important. Cool. I really hate all the corrupted blood in here. I feel like, I honestly feel like in a lot of ways, like we learn the first act the best because we it's the beginning of the game, but they throw a lot of stupid stuff at you early on. There are a lot of these ground effects, they're like chaos and freight wherever you obviously aren't gonna have resistance to chaos shit really. Yeah. That's pretty good. Let's get him poisoned. Get him poisoned and it's Rip Bozo.
time is nigh. Our triumph is at hand.
He might be a little tough though. Yeah, they need to work on chaos and poison damage on the tree. In general, some reworks would be nice. Alright, let's find G, big G.
You down. Using it?
Okay, let's go down here and start throwing hands.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promise.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head.
Not yet.
That will not go unpunished. You Oriana! Open the cage! Release the beast! Give me what you promised!
I to do the job.
Dude, this is the longest invincible phrase ever.
Grows colder. And now
Okay. Pretty easy. Not too bad. That center, the middle section, the phase change is like the hard part. Not the phase change, but the fog section.
allow me to clear your mind.
Not too bad though.
Only for a moment. The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages
Okay.
from the desert.
Yep, yep.
From
In
the
the desert.
Vastiri. Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Okay, let's go.
Count, we can find them. Till next time.
You've done the dark good luck.
Anything here we need?
I hope it brings you good fortune.
I'd love an instant.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
Okay, that's better. Oh, what's that spell damage? We don't need that shit.
The clan leaders are... We'll be just fine. Guess I can help move that for you.
Evasion, rarity, lightning.
take it off your hands. Hey, not bad. Hey, I should have asked for more.
Damn, they can't give me no... Ain't no satisfaction, guys. Let's see if I can just hit him with an elk. No movement speed. God damn it. What do we have on these ones? Cold res. Fire res. And we'll just take these, I guess. These are better. Or do any of these have better? No. No, I don't have the right level for those. I'll just get rid of them.
Hello. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it, but cheers later.
Okay.
Affliction. Betrayal of corruption.
On to the next, guys. We're gonna get through here as quick as possible. This is the long act.
Sand, as far as the eye can see. Who used to live in such a place?
We should level up pretty quick here. Damage looking like. Nice. Just kind of run around and fart these gas clouds out and kill everything.
In my sight. Focus a lot more on mobility whenever you're just letting the gas cloud do its work.
seem like he was affected by it, unfortunately, very much. Boom. Or just melt things with these, huh? Gotta be getting close to Rockbreaker now. See all these hyena boys. Here we are.
The leader, up there.
Easy. Focus on that mobility. More stun buildup, that'll be nice. For the flash area. Or the flash grenade, I should say. Do we need anything in here? Not really. I don't want any of that. Alright, let's go.
I like to keep moving.
The beast is on the move. Twist, I assume. The beast, I assume. Thank you.
I am remain afraid. Swim the trail connect for glory.
Okay, we are going to Corey first. Balbala might be hard because she moves a lot, but as long as we can stun her, we're good.
Not here.
One more level and we're gonna boost that stun build up a lot.
It appears the
If we had
Pathfinder
a
have been
payload
busier
where
than
we're
the
getting like the
Adora
double
expected.
explosions from grenades, that would be fucking fantastic. But that's not till later. I mean, I could just use a gem, but let's try to be a little bit ethical. Nice. Could also put like corrosion on for like armor break or whatever from poison, which I think is pretty nice to do.
I shall overcome.
Yeah, you get a lot of whetstones and stuff here.
Fools. What were the Faradin thinking?
I need that crossbow that fires an extra grenade.
Not yet.
fire rods is getting rid of the fucking poison, I think. Or detonating it or something. Jerk. Alright, we're almost leveled. Should be a big boost, so we're looking at 181 or 113, 45, 133. Nice. Actually, 52 too. Great. I mean, like, this is a pretty solid build. If you're just starting out. I still feel like Doe is going to be better overall. I mean, maybe not, but... Not like overall, but... I mean, it'll probably be better overall, to be honest. Like, really, you could run explosive and then detonature. Kind of like detonature gas bombs for the area of effect. But, like, I kind of don't need to. Area of effect's pretty much where it needs to be.
It seems people were still alive down here when the entrance was sealed.
Okay. Was it my previous crossbow build? I only took it to the end of Act 1. Basically the territory. This boss will keep clearing my poison, like the fire or whatever.
I shall put you down.
Yeah. Got a lot of life. life, almost 500. Pretty good for not stacking it, really. Go.
Flesh and bone.
Oh.
I'm out of mana.
You like grenades? I like grenades. Gassed her out. We gassed her out. She almost took me out though. One of those big slams. Let's see what we're gonna do with. Hey, increase poison duration. We like that now. Oops, didn't mean to drop that. Level 6 gem, want that. Alright, we're gonna use that on gas grenade. Let's get her out because I regularly forget to bring her up.
Best of luck,
Okay.
Greetings.
Let's find our path, guys. That's what the Pathfinder does.
I know what Silla.
Kalani Gates. Let's go beat up Balboa. I do think Sekimas can be relatively difficult with this.
Something's wrong.
The Halani for glory.
I think we'll be fine, but
The Halabadari. I am fond of that. I am pleased.
we can do some Gamba now. Is there any good ES helmet?
I trust you appreciate that.
What's my ES at? 39 there.
I will take this.
I really need boots is what it is.
That is something that holds power.
I need some speed boots. I've been having horrible luck with boots, huh? Haven't I?
I wish you well with this.
Okay.
One night.
Let's go try to craft on those a little bit.
Who goes there? I only. If you are the traitor, I will tell you.
Changes ES. There you just show. Okay, so I need more int for that, but we can get that pretty easy.
Take care.
Yikes, ducks. We have some. Yeah, we got some of these in here. Alright, so we got more evasion. We're gonna use those. The rest are gonna get sold.
Who goes there? you wish. Blessings.
Wait, let's check. What'd she have here? Increased fizz. I mean, I guess we can
Sans guide you.
actually... Why do I have a guild stash? That makes no sense. I ain't in no stinking guild. I mean... Okay.
I hear you. I shall put this to use. Sans guide you.
Socketables tab. Let's go with a fizz. Did I have a... No, I don't. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Alright. Where are we at here? We're going first.
So, Arsit, let us see. Fight to the last.
Trader's Passage. Let's go deal with Babala. I feel like she's gonna be kind of tough.
At least there's sunshine here. Quick and lethal.
Ooh, another Artificers. You know, Iron Rune. Get more fizz on this. Okay, I wish I can. I mean, I guess we could. Yep, body blocked. trucking on through here.
You'll overcome. Out of mana.
Truth is, we need on the flash grenades, we need a like second wind, something to give me an extra cooldown, or an extra shot for cooldown. Because then I could like basically make sure that all the bosses get the shit done out. Where are you, Balbala? Is she over here?
Easy trophy.
Easy trophy, yep. Almost level 20. Okay, let's see if Balboa beats my ass.
Seems these doors were to remain closed. I need more time.
Okay, a little tough, but she kept blowing up my clouds.
So that's my reward for freeing you. A murder attempt and an old coin.
We got these. Where's the grenade? It's like a grenade bit. Where is it? So there's some up there and some over there. I think what we do is we move this way, we hit some nodes along the way. Like, so we'll come over here. That's lightning, don't want that. Take these. Hey, where'd this? Alright, so we're gonna come up here. Take a couple nodes along the way. Like, realistically, if I wanted to, I could just come over here and bam, 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 bam. Real easy. You could just take all these. Boom, 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 boom. Then we're just like...
Lecture rewards. With the foot.
Where are the... poison nodes on the tree? Like, we can come here, here. Try that first. Let's see. I mean, I guess we can. What is this? I guess we can come up here. Was it? I guess that'd be pretty ideal. Might want to go back and change some of those nodes. It's still a projectile though. I like already went through here. These spiders difficult. Nice. Easy. Good death shot. It's pretty good.
There's a faint scent on the air. The beast is near.
Hold them back while I open the gate. We must open.
Oh yeah, you know what? I was like, where are all the abysses? They're no longer the abyss league. We're in the standard league. We're in the standard league. She's like jumping all around fighting. Chilling.
Slow.
Trail of fire fucking my shit up. The Abyss is nice though for experience. It's not gonna be any slower realistically. It's kinda nice. realistically, we're gonna actually end up going back this way. We're gonna get rid of these two, and probably before the boss, so we can put more poison magnitude.
The final gate is broken! We must continue our advance!
I'm out of mana.
Yeah, let's just go from.
More mana. I'm not ready.
I shall dethrone you, Sakama! You are unworthy! Will fall by my hand!
Fucking torch my fucking cloud. Torch my cloud
You
force.
to the sands! Wrath of a king! I tried to seek peace, and the seconds disgraced me. This time, we choose war.
Alright,
We shall finish this. But not today.
Make haste! We must not escape!
definitely the hard thing is when they detonate your clouds.
Against us.
Other than that, not too bad.
We must battle sorcery with
Okay, moving on.
The count. We must. Thank you.
So, goodbye. John, we would have in more speak to us. Stay inside.
A little ahead on the leveling though.
Greetings.
One must always be willing to change.
Or do we actually want to take this one? Okay, so we're gonna go to Keth first so we can get our 2 points.
Yeah.
Want to get them 2 points. I know like gas grenade
Seems
and
there's
gas
a meeting
arrow
at
are
the
like
main
popular
front.
builds, but I'm not following anything. I'm just trying to mess around with it as I go. So far so good.
In my sights. Out of mana. Not ready.
I'm having fun with it. It's a fun mode to play. And realistically, I'm like just trying to get the gas grenades popping off, but I'm not really. Like I could probably clear things faster than I'm focusing on the shot or the bolt. Okay, almost leveled up. Oh, by the way, I can use, I think, this one. Or no, 22, not 21. Oopsie. I think I need to put like something on stun grenade just to build up more stun. Let's go find the snake lady. It's a lot of fun doing this, honestly. Snake lady on the issues. Specialization.
All these snake
Skill
women.
gem I don't think I could use yet. Right.
Make me miss the Grellwood.
Yeah, we just need to stack poison.
Once a bustling city, now a sand church.
Increase poison duration on you. I don't need that. Need to work our way up to here. Yeah, I think if we switched to like explosive grenade, it would be like the clear would be like way better.
I need more mana.
But since we're gonna go poison anyway, I kind of want to get used to poison. Still don't know if poison bow would be better, but we'll find out. Or practicing. So many of the nodes are going to change for Pathfinder anyway. It's just kind of getting a feel for it at this point. These guys are always so tanky. We are way off this level over here. I kind of want to kill this fucker over here. Damn. Gotta go all the way around to get at him.
Nowhere to run.
Should be all electric-y. Alright. Nice. Grab all the orbs. I don't get enough support gems, I don't think. That's just my opinion. Ooh, that's good. These guys are free 99.
Not
Okay. So I need one of these with applies instantly, honestly. Max life. Regenerates life. Like honestly I should be going like full evasion. Just like the smarter thing to do. Start. So I don't have the intelligence requirement. His boss is gonna be a pain in the ass because of all the fire damage he does.
not ready.
Should be fun with the poison.
Saw that coming. Three more times.
be better for the boss, I think. But yeah.
No mana.
I'll watch them just melt.
Out of mana. Return to death. I need more mana.
Alright. Boss time. See if he's as big as an asshole as I expect he'll be.
Die. He holds a new law. How King Needle.
I need more mana.
He was as much of an anal as I expected him to be. But still got it done pretty easy.
This woman certainly
More breath by Ayas.
few deserve such a fate. Not the most peaceful way.
Um, let's see, what do we want here? I mean, honestly, yeah.
To go. But how clean is ending.
go get our jelly beans from Zarka. Yep. I mean, we're not really using too many other things right now. Do we need multi-shot on this, I wonder? I mean, we're gonna do another deadly poison on this guy here. Thought we got deadly poison too. I guess not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I have a guild stash. Okay, more recovered. I mean, that's a whole lot more, so we're gonna take that.
Hello. Ah, that's nice.
Buy that. Buy that.
Oh, let me polish that for you.
What is that supposed to mean?
I will tell your tale.
Yep. Alright.
Young one.
Get rid of this shit.
Here, have this useless gold. I will tell your tale.
I mean, like, if... Fuck it, let's do it. Let's be a little hammy about it. I just won't go above the gem level that we need. I think we get those and... Oh, I can't. Oh, well, we're just gonna use level 2s anyway. Okay. So, gas grenade. Just gonna use up level 2s. Here, do bursting plague. What is plague, honestly? Poison enemies causing poison enemies to gain plague over time and explode in a plague burst. Can support other. Okay. Do we want plague? Do we want something else? Let's see what we want is we want like efficiency, honestly. And with the flashbang, we want like second wind. It's multi-shot too. Maybe we run. I know we got multi-shot. So we just run. Oops. I guess we'll do second wind. I think second wind will be good. Because then we could just blast them twice. Get that stun built up faster.
Yes. So we might the trail connect. Fight to the last.
Do Macedon Badlands next. Let's see where we at here. Alright. Just a few days before the new league, guys. We're gonna be
I've never seen such
ready to
death.
go.
Stacked on.
Oh yeah. First fire resist and Johnathan is fire. All fiery. We gotta get out of here so I can stop blowing my shit up. The second ones will be interesting with this build. I'm gonna have to like stay on my toes. Chug flasks. Something else for plague. What do we got? We can do for damage. Target support gems. This is a spot for support gems. What did I do for my? I did a build that was really good, and second was the Hollow Palm Monk was pretty brutal. Probably the easiest second was I'd ever done. What level is Mons? 22. Where are we at? 24. Yeah, by the time we get to before Jamana. Got bone pits.
So much ash.
So much ass, man. Now we're back into some more poison territory. Double boss should be interesting. I don't think it'll be too hard though. I think we just flood the area with. Just try to stun them. We got two stun bombs now. And we just flood the area. People body blocker. Bursting plague. Nice. can do that in the Titan Grotto when we get there. Is there just no Abyss in Standard? Like, you still have the Abyss area, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, let's try this out. Literally, like, everyone hit me. Holy shit. Whoa, whoa. That was like double time, man. I guess that's the second phase. Okay. That sucked. So we gotta focus on one and the other. Focus on the one guy first. There. didn't realize that those things came at you.
Not ready.
Okay, that was a pain in the ass.
They won't be needing these anymore.
Okay. That was rough. That's why we don't play hardcore, boys.
What have you learned?
What have I learned?
These?
Not much, obviously. Get rid of those.
Careful story. Chumbering about. I will tell your tale.
Okay, last area here. Oh man, Titan guy's gonna be a pain in the ass, isn't he? I guess he doesn't move as much, so maybe not. But whatever, we'll figure him out. Probably get a couple levels from this area up to 27. We'll do Dashar, get our other 2 passive points. Let's see where we're gonna put these 2 points that we get from this level. Poison magnitude, skill duration. Yeah, we're gonna want do we plus could be affected by +1 of your poisons at the same time. I guess that's better.
This valley is not natural.
Because it's like
Being carved.
where are we at? Okay. Oh, I hate these things. Honestly, what I need is I need a mana control gun. I might take it off of my, I've got one on my, hollow palm. Just take it off. As long as it's not too high of a level. I don't think it is, though. It's pretty low level. I'm not even sure if jump like that have levels. I think they do. So like adding +1 poison, that's like a stack of poison or whatever. So that's like 100% more damage. But then I do 20% less, so it's like 20% less whenever I have one stack. Which is like not ideal, but it's better to be able to get the +1 on there. Like a lot better. That means like boom, they're gonna get 2 poison. I gotta say though, we might be. It might behoove us just not to switch over to Arrow. Arrow's just so much faster, honestly. Like I like grenade. I feel like if we switched to explosive grenade, we would just destroy everything. But if we're gonna run like effective poison, I feel like it's a little bit harder, a little bit slower. It's like more situational. Like it seems like it's like really effective in certain areas. Like killing these guys is fucking easy. Like, you just get absolutely melted from this. I feel like the smarter thing to run the arrow. But I do like the flash. I do like the stun. It's kind of fun. Alright, we got these already, so. Sure. It might just end up being the better build overall. Also, like, multi-shot with this is kind of annoying. It's like fine with the, but it kind of sucks with the bolts because it just puts them behind each other, which is annoying. Certain enemies just get absolutely tanked by it, get housed by it. Some don't. These guys just get absolutely housed. But then the guys like underground, it's like I'd rather have more DP, more like straight DPS and build. Looks like this one's just over in this corner here. Maybe? Literally the worst enemy in the game. I also haven't like upgraded my gear. So, like I'm not gonna get better than +2. I'll get more better flat phys on my, or flat damage on my bow, but let's see, is there anything I'd rather have for bow? In like the 2 range. not really. Like, none of these are like, maybe chain, but like, again, not really. Let's get see how the boss works here. Hey, we still have like Act 1 gear for the most part. Actually, almost entirely. I'm just like sick of going to my stash. I'm gonna buy new stash tabs, but I'm trying to wait till the weekend, or till the like Thursday when the sale goes live. According to PoE2 DB, there is a sale this weekend, so. Oh, what the fucking? They just go off the edge? Oh, that's horseshit. I had no idea they went off the edge. Gotta get out of this hellscape. This boss might be really rough. We might be switching back to like explosive grenade or something. Then again, the first time I beat this boss was with like ED, with like the worst ED contagion build. Like I had no idea how to play the game. It's actually kind of surprising that I made the contagion build.
Easy trophy.
Realistically, I need to level up here. So I could take that extra +1 on poison stacks. I feel like that'll be good for the boss. I guess we'll take a glacial rune. If it can help. Anything good here? I mean, we're probably gonna want to go better gas grenade. It just changes the radius. let's go get roasted by this guy. I feel like we're gonna get roasted by him. Close to him. I haven't fought this guy and not roasted him in so long. I mean, honestly, I'm not too bad. I'm not too unhappy so far. First try. Did not expect that. I expected to die there. You got him now.
Hot to the touch.
Wouldn't exactly call that a breeze, but you know, we're cooking. No, it's not like the hollow palms damage for sure. We'll try second wiz, but we might have to like rejig this guy around a little bit.
This it'll take my thing.
I'm not.
Stay inside.
It is time. So, we must the trail connect for glory.
Slaves. The Maracats really are a brutal
Just trying to get roasted here. Do
I am hesitant for glory.
do the trial and see if we can survive. Might be tough, honestly. It might just be tough for this build right now. We might have to level some stuff up. Do I have relics?
As we, if you happen to, if you are the trait, I will tell you. Goodbye.
Oh wait, no, we can do Deshar first. Never mind. Let's do Deshar first. I'm only level 25. Yeah, we'll do Deshar first because we can get the 2 passives. And we can put those in here and here, which will give me more effect, more poison duration. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure we need those extra poison on hit bits, but I feel like we poison everything.
A city of the dead. Why not just bury them and be done with it?
Yep. Oh, shit. First sit down. Okay. Easy, come on. Where's the challenge? Easiest game of my life.
An easy trophy.
Always gotta pick up the rings. Never know when you're gonna get a good ring. Shit. Body blocked. Body blocked. Damn it. I got fucking body blocked in by them. That was annoying. Super annoying. I feel like still gonna need retooling for a second as we'll still give it a shot. We'll see what that +1, that's a pretty good notable. We might just need nuclear too.
Too weak, too slow.
Oh, there's the arrow. Or the letter, not arrow. Are you the ones that killed her? blast resistant, no wonder. Okay. Give me 1 second here.
The path to death. The path to move swiftly.
You found that when I have the blessings.
Give me 1 second here. I want to look at this. See what other people have done with gas grenade for once. Comes up here. It's we're gonna move some stuff around.
Quickly.
Time to learn something new.
Need those. Come up here. We're gonna take these. We're gonna take. Yeah, that's all we can take. I don't think we have anything else. Let's look at our skills. We need. We're gonna need. Gas grenade. Let's put corrosion on and burst. We have bursting plague, I think, but we'll make sure we have corrosion on. No, we don't. Alright. Let me swap back to. Let's see what we can do here. Let's go to our gem stash. Try this. We need multi-shot. attunement. Let's see, do I even have any spirit gems? I do not. I guess it's fine. It's not what we want.
I don't want the whole town on my back.
Let's see here. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. Actually, we're gonna take some of those nodes back, I think. I think we're gonna take some of those back so we can take something else here. Where you at, Hood One? So I think we
One
can,
must always be willing to change.
we can take. Then we're gonna take. Let's see, so we need to take catalysts. Then we're gonna run over to the grenade area. So I think we could do more with, since we do have more gem slots. What else do we do for explosive grenade? See what happens when we do this.
Prepare yourself.
fuse on that? I did. Put like... I guess realistically we can take prolonged duration off and do multi-shot. Let's try that. Fucking small creatures are so annoying. Okay, that feels pretty good. We can take this.
I shall overcome.
Second here, let me just...
I was never a fan of heights. Best not look down.
Yeah, I'll probably make more changes once we get to first before second was, but this will be good for now. I don't want to like go back in town and lose my map or anything. Realistically, we should be able to level for this next boss. It's gotta be stairs into the spires. Great. Wait, does... Guess I don't want that if it's doing most damage. So you can take second wind, why not? There's deadly poison on there.
Nowhere to run.
That's annoying. Can I do it from like here? Yep, iron rune. Yeah, it's also kind of annoying that this Act 2 has like the two tankiest bosses in the game. Johnathan and the Colossus, like they are the two hardest to stun. You fight them pretty much like back to back. Or you could fight them back to back. It's not much in between them. clear. We should level up this platform. Go. Why aren't they getting poisoned, honestly? Just because they're flying.
Not ready.
Boss has to be just over here a little bit. Can't be too far from here. It's annoying. I feel like I need short fuse that on that.
Not ready.
The armor break is really nice though, I thought.
Need more time. I shall overcome.
Yeah, you feel like they're definitely feel like I could like survive second wave, but it's like the hard part about it is the owner. So I don't the actual survive.
I need more mana.
Fuck. I got fucking stunned. I sprinted for 1 second. My bad. My bad. That's goes back to that interview they did today with Talkative Tri we watched, whenever he mentioned wanting a button like where you could separate roll and I would love that. I should also honestly just learn how to play with keyboard and mouse. I actually have a really dumb reason why I don't want to. It's because the clicking noises annoy the fuck out of me. Okay, let's see if this guy's an asshole.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin.
Come on. Fucking yapper. Okay, that was a little smoother than I expected. I'll have to make some changes though before we go into second zone. Definitely upgrade the crossbow. We need some
How can
some deeps for sure.
I hear you.
Let's see. Let's see. Updated for nutrients. Alright. So we're gonna want fire timid multi-shot on the grenade.
hands guide you.
And then for this one, we wanted to make sure we had corrosion and bursting plague. Corrosion, bursting plague. I put efficiency. We did the poison on there. I don't think it's a bad thing. He switched to high velocity rounds for regular attack with multi-shot and rapid attacks. Go back in here real quick just so we can make sure that we have the right things. Alright, so what's the damage on that? 257. Okay. That's pretty good. Do we need to switch up? Am I able to go to use Ange? I don't think I'm able to use Ange in my hideout. I might have to switch characters to go get another gem.
A far cry from the wilds, but I could get used to this.
Yeah, let me switch characters. So I can get a new gem.
Place a waystone. Time is of the essence.
Oh shit. Why don't I have Ange here? Must encounter Ange. What do you mean? She's in King's March, right? This is kind of a weird switch over.
Oh, it's you.
What? That's busted. Really? I mean, I don't really need that bad. What else do I need? Potentially. I mean, I'd like Herald. Fucking A. We're gonna buy it. God damn it.
Yes? I'll post it right away.
People always wonder, like, should I just continue to play standard? It's like, no. No, absolutely not. Do you see this? This economy? Absolutely not. Okay. Honestly, I think I have a Herald of Ash probably in my fucking stash. I don't even know why I'm doing that.
Welcome.
What have you learned?
Okay. We're back, we're fine. We're happy. Are we happy? I don't know, but why do I have a guild stash? This makes no sense. And I can't delete it? Wait, but now I could talk to Ange here.
Yes?
Okay, whatever. I don't know.
Need something? Take your time. Take care.
Let's try gambling for a crossbow.
I am fond of that.
Okay.
I will take this.
I'd like more fizz, preferably.
I am fond of that. I am pleased.
Okay, that's better. What else? I'd like, I guess, flat fizz on it. Wait, do I have a?
Farewell.
Maybe I have a essence. No.
Quickie. Cool wings.
Let's see. Hey, we got Fizz. Nice. Oh, we got relics too, look at that. Should actually be able to make this pretty easy, huh?
Speak up. This could be useful.
Okay.
Do not wander.
So do I have a level 8 gem? Does not look like it. Do I have a level 7? 5, no. Alright, that's fine, whatever. I think I am gonna need those, Jesus Christ. See if I can gamble for some better armor too while I'm here.
Quickly.
Or just go straight evasion.
You are one with the winds.
Dust Bloom. 10 fragile regrowth.
I will take this. I trust you appreciate that.
Okay. Spirit. Lightning Rose.
The deal is done. I trust you appreciate that. I trust you appreciate that. Farewell.
Let's go. Evasion life regen, evasion spirit. I feel like we take the evasion spirit. Then we can turn on. Wait, what can't we do? We don't have enough. And okay, that's not a big deal because we're gonna switch our boots to just dex boots.
Yes. The deal is done.
Or just in evasion boots. Which one it is?
I trust you appreciate that.
Movement speed.
The deal is done.
Crap. Just evasion. We're gonna go pure evasion on everything, I guess, for now.
I wish you well with this. I will take
I
this.
can't use. I'd like to get flat fizz on if I could.
I trust you appreciate that.
Fizz cold.
The deal is done. That is something.
One to melee. Gain deflection.
I will take this.
We'll try a helmet real quick with our last three.
I am fond of that. One night.
Alright.
Young man. Chumbling about this one. I will tell your tale.
So you can put a charm on like this. Just a fire charm. Anything else we need here? We need honor, right? That's our main one.
Don't want the whole town on my back.
Let's do trial.
The ferret as we speak.
The hunt.
Before we get started here, I am gonna take a quick bathroom break. Get in here though and check out the relics first. Okay, animation, we get it.
serve. We have as go with the winds.
We can also, while we're here, okay, we got all the spots, so should be good. See. Fuck that up. Let's see. Restore 72. I mean, honestly, it should be good.
I've never met a challenge I couldn't overcome.
Really? To start off right on this?
magnificence.
Not too bad. I mean, that was my least favorite one for this first trial that I want to do.
An oasis.
Ritual, chalice, ritual, then we're going hourglass. We don't want to do hourglass, but look like we're doing a fucking hourglass. This one gives me the most options. This
In
one.
the desert. Good riddance. Relish your mark.
Okay. Good. So far, so good. I can't pick anything up. There we go.
An oasis.
We don't really want her
the
anyway.
desert.
And then we can get some boons. That's kind of unfair, putting them both on top of each other and giving them periodic invulnerability. Like, how fucking rude. I think we did it. Is this complete? Yeah. Okay. I mean, we're gonna do the hourglass because we want the boon. Like, I don't really need it. It's the first fucking trial. I feel like I'm so used to doing that.
That was close.
Guess we evade
That was
39%
close.
hits too, so that's pretty good for.
Greetings. We have met as G.
Alright. Dude, these are all useless. I mean, I guess.
Use that well.
Barely broke a sweat.
Should be one more back here. Okay. Forsaker water.
I would
We
give
have another merchant too. That's fine. It's a shit. I don't remember. Right.
anything for a sip.
At least just easy at least.
Stand tall.
Okay. Another bubble.
Greetings.
Are monsters bosses in the Charles II was? Okay. Do that one.
We will succeed.
Okay.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
Monstrosity born of earth and
Clear.
Hey, we did it. Without getting it.
I knew you would succeed.
Fucking longbow? What? Okay.
this holds great power.
We did it. We ascended.
Decisions, decisions.
Geez, I don't know where to go at first on this one either. Guess you want the poison one first. You want the damage. Okay. Look at us floating.
They should. We will succeed.
Yeah, I don't want that. I have a bunch of these. Let's see if there's anything good here for us. Whatever, we'll get more magnitude out of it at least. Okay. Let's go fight Johnathan. Oh my gosh, it's gotta tell us that we are. Okay, so we'll have be jumping real quick. I think it'll be actually pretty easy.
I can't do that here.
Hopefully. So like we're doing what 420 per, and they're shooting
We
two
now have
back to
their
back.
train. You'll have your orders.
840 is pretty good. Did I go to... Wait, I thought I was supposed to go to Dreadnought now. Okay, I guess that's where we're going. I guess that's where... I didn't remember it looking like that.
Yourself. We must prevail, no matter what.
I always do.
Okay.
Give no answer!
Oh, so nice not to be worrying about the fucking honor anymore. Yeah, we're doing some damage. Gas grenade 129 per second. almost feel like prolonged duration would be nicer on there. Alright, we are back. Right. Kind of surprised me with 2 seconds without hitless. I mean, you know, it's still for how much I get hit in these maps or in these zones. Hopefully we can put Johnathan down pretty quick. I mean, of all the bosses, he's the one that I kind of know the best. See, I guess what we're mostly doing here is we're using the poison to break armor. Do we put the... There we go. That's better. I could have got more evasion on my chest piece, but I switched for the spirit. Just like damage for it, and it worked out. Evasive, he's like missing half my shots on him. Yeah, I think we're gonna fuck Johnathan up, man. I have a passive point. Didn't even realize. I think we're coming around here and we're not stopping till we get to like this grenade area maybe. Let me just double check on that. Yeah, we're just taking a bunch of fucking... I guess we can take just a bunch of strength nodes for life. Grenade. Hear that bloom. Vanguard time. I'd love to level up again. We'll see if that happens. If we had abysses, I guess, do abysses spawn on here? I don't even think so. It'd be kind of weird if they did, honestly. I think that's like my mercenary build with the crossbow felt a little bit better, and I think it's because I had the armor break on there. Accidental sprint there. I didn't even think I sprinted. Why would you want something where you lose your energy shield per second? Johnathan should also be easy because he doesn't heal that much. It's kind of a low. Right before we fight him.
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Gianor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
Come on.
The second one of the before your king.
The medicine is proud
Okay. He's taking a little bit more damage than I expected him to, but it's fine. Deal with it.
I don't have time for this. Stand! Bend to my will! Impede my enemies!
Got him. Ooh. Ran out of flasks somehow really quickly, or didn't restore them or something. Maybe I just
This is not over.
slammed him real quick.
Not yet.
Johnathan! I request you to the embrace!
It is done.
First try though, not bad.
The war return.
Woke up.
My work.
Who or what are you?
You're right.
Flasher.
I am. It was all I can. The beast while I stare ruin.
It doesn't matter what you've done,
Okay.
only what you're going to do about it.
So I'm feeling a lot better about this build now.
Welcome. Yes, until.
Okay.
Oops, up.
First a barren desert, now a festering swamp.
I was kind of worried about high velocity rounds because they feel like they're slow. And they are, but they're strong. So. kind of fun. Watching the tink 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 once you start breaking your armor. Yeah, no more abysses on the maps, guys. I thought they said that they were still gonna be abysses. Maybe it's just because it's not standard. Standard doesn't get any of that shit. I never actually played for any real length of time in standard. I don't really understand how it works. I guess none of the guys want that. So do I, you know. A lot of people do wonder, should I still play in standard? No, you should not play in standard. I played fucking 4 div for a goddamn level 7 spirit check. You should not play in standard. Whoa, Maurice. I think I get one of those berries, or the crossbows area where he loads an extra grenade from the cannoneer. I don't know if that's the lowest. Armor break, boys. Is that like the first lesser jewel orb you really get? It's an Act 3. Okay. Wonder if I can run over, do jungle ruins, and hit silver fist and be done for now. See where that would get me here.
Treasure hunters.
So get me down to this corner here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with you guys. I don't have any cosmetics on. Should put on some basic something. What's the difference? So you got the jingle bells. Is there any difference? Not really. Sure. What? No. Ah, there we go.
I shouldn't assume this is anything like the forest back home.
Yeah, I think that, given a little practice that I've had, this league, I usually don't end practicing the campaign. But given that I have, I feel like this next, we're gonna get it done quickly. Just in practice. You're not so... I was stuck.
with little.
We're only two levels away from getting these nodes. That'll be really nice. Let me see with those nodes. And then after there, pretty much to get us through Act 4, realistically, we're coming over here, taking another jewel. Grenade, 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 grenade area of effect. Do we take all of them? Or no, we take these ones. We don't take the grenade area of effect. Then we take this one. Grenade have 1+1.
It's a shame to kill such a creature, but you left me with little choice.
Since we found the Venom Crypts, we might as well just go in there. It's a quick quest. It's pretty helpful too.
Bones that writhe in the dark. I should keep my weapon at the ready.
I feel like this is one of the only zones where like the layout is actually insane. It's like not that big, but I like never end up getting it so big.
I need more mana.
To rely more on. Yep, little armor break. Wait for that. Jewelry. Yeah, the only thing I'm not like totally happy with is the single target. Obviously, isn't that great, but I mean, like, I mean, I guess like overall, it's not that great. Like, you need more potency in general. Maybe that's just gear right at this point. But it feels good. It feels comfortable, even though it's not all that strong. It's pretty strong. Like there's definitely like whenever you get the armor break going, like it's pretty good. But it doesn't have like the stopping power, I'd say, that I'm used to with even like other campaign builds, campaign practice. Like I felt that even like the warrior that I did and the
Nowhere to run.
hollow palm definitely had like stopping power. Stuck body buff, body buff. There we go. Fucking explosive grenades got me out of that situation. I guess that's the other thing is like whenever you get stuck in a situation like that, it's like all you can actually do. You're like waiting for your grenade to detonate. I just feel like it will be strong once we have these grenade nodes going off, pop off. It honestly feels like it should be stronger than it is. In certain situations, it just fucking claps things real quick, though, so it's like hard to judge it too harshly. Maybe it's me. Must be me. I mean, I guess I could be like using contagion or something. I think I really need contagion at this point, though. I feel like. Did it. I could do that a little bit more than normal. Let's see if there's any specific ones that I should get. Let's see. Servy, what's up?
Not we, evil and
Probably mana.
don't drink the water.
She has wisdom to share.
I could do real quick. I never did the flank rune in Act 1. Go back and do that real quick so I can get another rune. Tristram, guys. Go back to Tristram. I guess since they're burning, they just kind of... It's the Herald of Ash. Down real fast. Never remember where this place is. Down here. That's where that book is, maybe. Like, yeah, my main reason, like, for wanting to get poison arrows, I'd like to actually, like, poison things directly, maybe? 'Cause right now it just feels like, you have to, like carry everything one through it. Excuse me. Okay, room.
Go. Wow.
Can do. So we're doing like 1,000 damage with high velocity rounds. That's pretty good. So it's not really hollow palm territory, but it's pretty good. Alright. I think we're gonna be done for the day, guys. We will be continuing this tomorrow. So be sure to stop in. Be sure to like and subscribe. Check out the other videos on my channel, like those too. Until tomorrow though, I will see you guys around.